Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, guys. Welcome back to another stream on this lovely Tuesday morning. I hope everyone is having a fantastic week so far. I know I am. Let me make sure I claim that thing real quick. Let me make sure I claim my A2 so I can go mining.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Yeah, we did claim it. All right. Cool. I know I've been off for like 2 days. Over the past 2 days, I've been trying to make ship review videos, and they just have not gone so well. So I'm still trying to figure out how to make those. Cause I'm not really one to like make scripts and stuff, but I've tried, and 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 yeah, it's just not working out. So I gotta continue to figure that thing out.
You are clear to launch.
But I can't forget about you guys in the live stream, right? Just try to knock one of these out real quick while we wait for the A2. Once the A2's ready, we'll go do some mining. Let's see what this F7CM is like. It's a medium fighter, but it has full shields, so that's pretty cool. Seems like it flies okay in atmosphere. I like that. Okay. Why's this thing flying so weird?
Have fun with that.
This thing was flying very, very weird for a second there.
Got a surprise for ya.
Target destroyed. Shields hit.
Not bad. I mean, it has 6 guns, right? So it better do some damage.
Target destroyed.
But if I didn't one past that,
Shit.
Target destroyed.
yeah, I can't wait to get those dual thrustmasters, man. That's gonna be a game changer for me. Cause I think like this flight stick that I have is like it's okay, but it's just like you can tell that it's a little cheap.
Auto drive is now up.
Like right now, like the flight stick is like moving like on its own. You guys see that? Like I'm not touching the stick, I'm not touching my mouse, I'm not touching anything, and it's just like moving. So that's definitely something you don't want. I did overclock my PC just a little bit. We did a slight overclock. Yeah, I really need to get that extra stick. Like, that's gonna be super legit. Let's see how this thing flies in space. I think Cashapp would like to fly this shit. Let's see what it do though. You gotta. This destroyed space station is like worse than the asteroid field because there's a lot smaller stuff. Toe Cutter, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. I'm just at work, but wanted to say hello, and I'll also have a good session. Yeah, we're gonna try. You know, we got free flights in 30K's, so we'll see what happens. It's like flying right at me.
Shields hit.
Alright. They ain't here with the cheese right now. They cheesing right now. I do like the cockpit in this ship. It's like it's really good. Good visibility. The displays are nice and easy to read. See if we can pull up on this boy real quick. See, I don't understand what flight path he's taking right now.
Shields.
Oh my god, these missile spam. Dude, what the hell? Like I said, I don't mind them having infinite missiles. But don't give me like only 45 decoys. That's not enough. Or 49 decoys. I'm gonna need more decoy CIG.
Bogey.
Ah, but it didn't.
Shields hit. Target destroyed. Target destroyed. Flare low. Shields hit.
Aw.
Landing gear deployed. Quantum drive is now on. Landing gear raised. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
So you only have a total of 10 decoys left, and that shouldn't be a thing. Um, but I understand that in the future that's probably going to be balanced, right? I think that the NPCs will probably have a better flight path. They'll probably be able to do a lot of things better. It's just okay. Why would my ship do that? Ooh. My ship's flying like I have a major torque imbalance, but I don't have any damage. Maybe I just need to get used to flying this ship. Maybe it just has a different kind of thing going on here. I like the fact that it has 6 guns that you can shoot, though. I mean, that's pretty cool. I really like that.
Shields hit. Target destroyed.
Done.
Flare out. Bottom drive is now on. Bottom drive is now off.
I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I'm going to be adding like reaction videos to the channel, stuff that's not about gaming, current world stuff. And the reason that I'm doing that is just because it gives me an opportunity to take a break from the monotony of Star Citizen, because this is the only real game that I'm playing right now besides the set of Corza. And honestly, I don't play that game that often because I haven't been using my wheel. I did fix it, but I just haven't hooked it back up just to play. And there's a lot of softness in the world, and I need to, you know, set the world straight, so to speak. So I'm gonna be doing that. I got a couple of reactions that I'll do, and maybe I'll do some live reactions. I just need to gauge the audience. In the beginning of the stream, I talked about the ship reviews, and those are a little bit difficult to do. So I need more time to like plan those out and like record them right. Because when I did it, man, I tell you, like, it just did not turn out the way that I wanted it to. So we have to go back and just keep learning, you know, how to do it. That way I can bring you guys this premium content.
Landing gear deployed.
It does seem like pretty much the same thing over and over again in game, which I don't mind much once in a while. Yeah, the game does get kind of repetitive. I mean, I haven't done all of the gameplay loops. That's something that I was trying to do this over these past couple of days, but with the free fly, it's just been very hard to do certain things, especially with the Retaliator. I was trying to do those ERT missions and really grind those out for you guys. But the issue that I was having was whenever I go in for these ERTs and I need to resupply, I couldn't get more torpedoes and stuff. So it was just making it hard to do. And I know I was doing that over the weekend, but you know. Can do BlackRock? I don't know what that means, Felix. I don't know what Can do BlackRock is. Like, look, my ship's like flying weird. Okay, who it is? I have no idea what you're talking about. Bigger than Elon Musk, 900 trillion. Is that like some type of organization, or is it like one person? Invented God in the Big Bang. BlackRock Inc. Are you saying I should react to it or what? Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Yeah, we could look into that. They want us to be like, yay, now I can. Let me see. See if we can pull it up. Can do BlackRock. I found like a little 17-minute video. I'm gonna pull up right here. Hold on.
Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed. As uncertainty has grown, many banks have restricted lending. Credit markets have frozen, and families and businesses have found it harder to borrow money. We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action. So I propose that the federal government reduce the risk posed by these troubled assets and supply urgently needed money so banks and other financial institutions can avoid collapse and resume lending. This rescue effort is not aimed at preserving any individual company or industry. It is aimed at preserving America's overall economy.
In January issue, the bailout was far bigger than the Federal Reserve let the public or even members of Congress know at the time.
During the 2008 meltdown, when the government bailed out too big to fail giants like Bear Stearns, AIG, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, who did they hire to analyze and clean up the mess? Another giant financial firm by the name of BlackRock, led by a very well-connected billionaire by the name of Larry Fink. BlackRock was awarded these key government contracts to help with the meltdown with no competitive bidding while being enveloped in secrecy. Basically, Larry Fink was hired to be the manager of Washington's bailout of Wall Street, even though BlackRock is one of the biggest shareholders in the same banks they were helping to get bailed out, making Larry Fink the most powerful man in the post-bailout economy. Fast forward to the 2020 pandemic.
Rick, quick question for you, sir. We're just getting word from the Federal Reserve, and this might be boosting the markets even more this afternoon. They are talking about the details of their corporate bond purchases.
The Fed making history today, and for the first time ever, began buying corporate debt ETFs. The unprecedented move driving an explosion in the corporate debt market.
We are committed to using our full range of tools to support the economy and to help assure that the recovery from this difficult period will be as robust as possible.
But again, as I mentioned, the Fed 2 weeks ago began buying individual corporate bonds, and we just got granular detail about what types of purchases it made yesterday.
And who did the money printer of the US, the Federal Reserve, hire to manage their scheme to buy corporate bonds? Basically, they were bailing out corporations that had too much debt to withstand the pandemic. You guessed it, they went right back to BlackRock. Even though, again, the same corporations BlackRock
I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller.
were the same corporations that they own some of the biggest stakes in.
Keep in mind, though, these are just the top 10 holdings. The whole list, which the Fed has published on the New York Fed website, includes 794 companies. So yes, these are just the top 10 by holdings, but there are hundreds of other companies that could be part of the Fed's portfolio as well.
Larry Fink was the most powerful man in the post-bailout economy, and now he's arguably one of the most powerful men in the post-pandemic economy as well. And yet, despite all his considerable power, the general public has practically never heard of Larry Fink, with BlackRock barely coming into the public eye during the recent claims that they were buying up single-family homes. That's because
that's a real thing.
He's
That's a real thing. Hold on, let me pause this real quick.
Spent the last 33
So, me and my realtor are actually like really good friends, and one of the things that he was telling me was that there are these hedge funds that are buying properties, and when a hedge fund buys a property, what happens is that property is essentially like no longer on the market, right? Because it goes into like their corporate system. So what that effectively does is that reduces the supply of houses, right? And if you're in a market like San Diego, like where I live at, the market is so volatile that if you are trying to buy a house and there's no houses to buy because now the house that you were looking for has been bought by a hedge fund, it's no longer on the market. And when they go to sell those houses, they don't get sold. They don't go back onto like Zillow or like Redfin or like any of those real estate apps. They get sold in real estate. They get sold in not estate sales. I forget the terminology, but essentially when a corporation wants to sell their assets, that's how it gets sold. So like, yeah, that's very bad. And that's something that's actually happening right now. And that's why if you look around the country, that's why the inventory of houses during the pandemic was so low, was because these hedge funds were coming in and buying these houses. And the Chinese were doing the exact same thing. The Chinese are using hedge funds to buy a bunch of property out here in California. And it was so bad that the government had to step in and not allow them to do that anymore. I don't know why I can't quantum jump. But let's continue this video.
3 years building BlackRock into the biggest asset manager in the world, with over $9 trillion under their management. Not billion, trillion with a T. Today, BlackRock's clients include the retirement accounts of average everyday people in the form of pension funds. They also have sovereign wealth funds as their clients, other central banks, college endowments, Fortune 500 companies, and millions of individual investors. They're one of the top shareholders of many of the biggest publicly traded companies like Apple, Microsoft, Facebook, and even other major banks like Wells Fargo and Chase. And to put their $9 trillion into perspective, the 300 largest pension funds in the world only hold a collective $6 trillion. Vanguard, the behemoth behind mutual funds and ETFs, trails behind BlackRock with only $7.1 trillion under management. And if you put the big three asset management firms together, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, they control a collective $15 trillion, roughly equivalent to nearly 70% of the US's GDP. And Larry Fink has done all of this largely in the shadows, with just a few occasional interviews and appearances on CNBC. He's like the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. As William Cohen puts it, a former investment banker and author of House of Cards, an account of the Bear Stearns collapse. This is BlackRock, what some call the most influential financial institution in the world's largest shadow bank, and perhaps the company that owns the world. When Larry Fink was asked by Bloomberg if it's true that he's the most powerful man in finance, the man responsible for $9 trillion tried to convince you otherwise. That quote, "I don't think of myself as powerful," end quote. Is that true? Does BlackRock own the world? Well, it's a little bit complicated.
That's what they're talking about.
Larry Fink is no doubt an accomplished man. That's pretty bold. Yes, even $1 billion can't reverse a head that's already gone bald, unless you take preventative measures before the balding starts happening. Did you know 2 out of every 3 guys will experience some form of male pattern balding by the time they're 35?
Okay, we gotta add in here. We're gonna skip this.
You're 50, not even when you're 40. These videos, they're affordable. Half the to your doctor through on. If you're
skip all that
BlackRock boasts
nonsense.
some impressive stats. In 2010, they were called the most influential financial institution in the world. And in 2014, they had $4 trillion under management, making them the world's biggest asset manager. For comparison, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China only had $3 trillion at that time. And as I just mentioned, their assets have doubled to more than $9 trillion over the past 7 years. It seems BlackRock has
Not sure that this must be sense of the other part of the brain. Okay, bye. Yeah, man, I was trying to watch the video, so see what they're talking about.
In 2020, they were approved by the Chinese government to set up a mutual fund in China, making BlackRock the first foreign asset manager to be greenlighted for this. They also have shares in companies all over Europe, including industries like energy, oil and gas, transportation, food, and of course finance. And here's the kicker. BlackRock has what's called circular ownership, where they own shares in companies that own shares in BlackRock. Definitely not a conflict of interest. So they're literally everywhere. Because of their staggering size and power and the fact that they largely operate out of sight,
I thought you say
called the world's largest shadow bank.
Skip me. Nah, I was trying to skip the video.
Build something this big.
Trying to skip the video.
Larry Fink is known as the guy who
Johnny
always
Penderson,
wanted-
welcome to the channel.
Friends have called him obsessive, paranoid about maintaining control. He's been regarded as someone who knows the markets inside and out and understands business backwards and forwards. But it took him a massive $100 million loss to get to this point. Larry majored in political science at UCLA and got his start on Wall Street at age 23. Having that edge in politics would later play a crucial role in him being the de facto middleman between Washington and Wall Street.
Normal person
He
says
offers
business
top investment banks, but
rich
decided
looks
on
crazy.
First Boston, where he worked on structuring and trading bonds, which sounds incredibly interesting. He rose up the ranks quickly, and within a decade, he became somewhat of a legend on Wall Street by helping develop the debt securitization market, where loans like car loans, credit card loans, mortgages would be bundled together, sliced into pieces, and sold to other investors. If this sounds familiar, it's because these are the same mortgage-backed securities that led to the 2008 meltdown. But before that happened, this securitization of debt was
I'm gonna get
considered
my
really innovative.
UK legal
It
knife show you.
transformed the face of finance. All of a sudden, if you're a giant bank or pension fund,
I mean, I'm still trying to watch the video and formulate some thoughts on what they're talking about.
Security made up of that.
I mean, I live in America. We can have guns, so we don't necessarily need knives.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
But this is interesting though. Like, there is, like, if you really think about it, there is, you know, a common theme about, you know, these banks and the assets they control. One of the biggest things they're talking about right now is they essentially want to make everything like a subscription service where you don't actually own anything. And I think that's a dangerous game to play, because essentially the banks are like asking everybody to, these people are asking everybody to give up their assets. On my day desk. I actually need to go get some. I actually don't have any right now. Yeah, the World Economic Forum, that's right. And they're talking about, you know, having everything like on a subscription basis. And they've been doing this for like the past 10 to 15 years at least, because I remember like maybe like 2010, 2011, Apple Music, Google Play Music, when it was run by Google Play, they started doing a service to where you could just have unlimited access to all the music for like $6 a month, right? And I said that was cool, but at the same time, I saw the danger in that. I was like, if they're going to do this with music, like they're going to do this with everything else. And I was already having this thought like, you know, 10, 15 years ago. I was already thinking about that, you know? So fast forward to today, you have companies like BMW putting like heated seats on a subscription service. Toyota's doing the same thing. They're just like throwing things out there to see how people react to it. And over time, what they're doing is they're conditioning people to accept things being subscribed and you not actually owning it. Like if I buy a car and it comes with heated seats, well, that's included in the price of the car. I don't want to subscribe to that. I just want to buy the heated seats. And it's kind of the same thing. Like I used to buy Adobe like every couple of years when they would update their software. And what they did was, this is like around that time too, like 10, 15 years ago, to where I couldn't just buy the Adobe suite anymore. I just couldn't buy it. I had to lease it indefinitely, which costs way more in the end. But at the same time, it's just like there's no competitor to Adobe right now. There's no program that has the video editing, the software editing, Maybe Apple has that, but I'm not an Apple user, so I can't use that. So yeah, there's definitely something sinister going on here, and I think that people need to kind of wake up and smell the coffee. And also, like, the past 2 years was the largest transfer of wealth since the Reconstruction era. These hedge funds and these corporations, their profits grew exponentially, while people essentially got poorer over the past 2 years. And I think personally, like right now, like there is like no middle class, right? There is just like if you're rich or you're not. You know what I mean?
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Have you been hacked by the glitch or the pixel virus? I haven't been hacked by anything. Like I'm very like aware of like myself and my surroundings.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Hey, what do you think if Elon Musk went to the moon instead of Mars?
Your vehicle
So here's the thing about the moon. The only time they care about any of us if we don't pay our taxes. Yeah, and the taxes are actually voluntary. You don't have to pay taxes. Like if you read the tax code, you don't have to pay them. If you're gonna go that route, I would suggest that you make sure that you know your stuff. But it's a completely voluntary system. But the thing about the moon is like our moon, it's not actually a moon, because if there's actually a couple of fake moons in our solar system. So anything that doesn't rotate is not a natural. It's not a natural thing. A heart to Artemis had a hole where they were trying to figure out where to smuggle drugs. They don't have to worry about smuggling drugs because most of the drugs that are brought into the country are brought in by the military. So whether they realize what they're doing or not, some of that stuff is like CIA, because the CIA doesn't get funding from the government. The CIA has to create their own funding, and that's why they don't have to answer to Congress. So a lot of that stuff is done by them in order to raise their own money. But yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff going on right now that people need to be like privy to. It's much closer to communications, much shorter time. There are minerals to take from it and launch back down. The online says it does rotate, but slowly. No, it doesn't rotate. Because if it did rotate on its own axis, we would be able to see the far side of the moon, and we've never seen the far side of the moon with our naked eye, right? They've only shown us satellite pictures of the far side of the moon. And even then, like, the images that we get of the far side of the moon are never really clear. You never get to really see what's on it. Right, so the moon is not natural. And also they tried to shoot it like 10, 15 years ago. They tried to shoot a nuke at it, or they detonated a bomb on it. They did something where they shot something at the moon and it rung like a bell for like an hour. And my thing is why are you shooting the moon with like weapons and shit? To me, that's very odd. And it's like, where did you shoot it at? Like why were you guys doing that? And like we don't get answers to stuff like that. Like they don't tell us like what they're actually doing up there. Like who really knows, right?
Thousands of hopefully safe loans. Larry Fink created one of the main tools that led to the meltdown, and he was also the one the US Treasury hired to clean it up. His interest in policy and strategic wizardry helped him gain a reputation as a true investment mastermind, and for that he was rewarded. Larry was making bank.
So going back to the loan thing real quick. So I don't know if you guys know about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, but they were one of the ones that contributed heavily to the financial collapse. Essentially what was happening was, because this is what happened to my mom and my stepdad, essentially was they would give you a home loan, right? And they would tell you, okay, for this amount of time, you don't pay any interest, or your interest rate is going to be this. Say like you buy a house, right? Back then, and they would give you, the deal to work out is they would give you like instead of giving you like a fixed interest rate, they would be like, okay, for your first year, your interest rate is going to be like 4%. And everybody's like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then the next year, your interest rate would be like somewhere around 10, right? But the issue with that is, it's like if your mortgage payment goes from 4% to 10%, right? That's a lot of money to cover up in the difference. So for instance, let's say your mortgage payment is like $1,200, right? Now your mortgage payment went from $1,200 to like almost $2,000, because when you have like these payments, most of your payment goes towards your interest. Very little of it goes towards the principal. So you get stuck with this mortgage payment that you can't afford, and then you wind up defaulting on the loan. The property gets sold at a much cheaper rate, and then who wins at the end of the day? The banks win. What if we start going to effort and undo things by AI texting and not recreate proper living? Most of us, have most mortgage and rent out most of the house. I don't really understand what you're saying there. But yeah, but that whole thing is why like some of those laws got changed. Some of those predatory lending laws got changed. Like they either have to give you a non-fixed rate or a fixed rate, and they can't really change it. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I need to get out of my seat. Hold on, I'm gonna read it. The moon rotates at the same rate as an orbital moon. Special case of tidal locking called synchronous rotation. I'm not talking about like if it rotates around the Earth. I'm talking about rotating on its own axis, right? Like how the planet rotates on an axis, like the moon doesn't really rotate on an axis, right? Because if it did, we could observe it actually rotating, but we don't ever observe the moon in rotation. Yeah, I have a VA loan too. Those are like some of the most, but even with the VA loan, there's like certain things they don't tell you. Like, so I'm on my second one, and I wish I would have known in advance about the VA funding fee. Like even my realtor didn't tell me about that, and I was just like, I wish I would have known, because I probably would have tried to get a little bit cheaper of a house. Anyway, let's continue this video, see what they're talking about.
And received a ton of accolades. At just 31, he became First Boston's youngest managing director in history. Many even thought he would go to run the firm someday. In total, he helped add about $1 billion in assets to First Boston's bottom line. But then, the rising star came crashing down. Shortly after one of his biggest wins, Larry lost $100 million for his company. A missed call on his hand resulted in trades being wiped out, as well as the hedges designed to offset those losses being wiped out. And overnight, Larry went from a hero to a toxic asset that should be avoided at all times. He was ostracized, his reputation went up in flames, and his colleagues wanted nothing to do with it. He was forced out of the company he spent 12 years making around $1 billion for. While a catastrophe like this might mark the end for many people, that wasn't the case with Larry. Instead, he used it as ammunition, vowing to never find himself in a position where he didn't understand the risk he was taking again. And in 1988, he was 35 and hell-bent on rebooting his career. So Larry co-founded the Blackstone Group, along with now billionaire investor Steven Schwartzman. They started off with a $5 million line of credit. Fast forward to 1993, and they were crushing it with $20 billion under management. But in what some would call a power struggle between Fink and Schwartzman, where two super strong personalities collided, the two parted ways and Larry broke off to found BlackRock, channeling all his pain and trauma into growing the firm at a staggering rate. By 1999, it went public for $375 million. By 2004, it merged with Merrill Lynch, adding $500 billion to BlackRock's assets. And today, it's at $9 trillion. While the size of BlackRock is impressive, what really sets them apart is their software platform called Aladdin, basically a supercomputer they use for their clients. Aladdin is a network of 5,000 computers BlackRock uses to monitor millions of trades and analyze their clients' portfolios 24 hours a day to perform risk analysis. Aladdin is so widespread today that it's basically the central nervous system for many of the largest players in the investment management industry. And for
I'm
them
gonna just go to
be able
Aberdeen.
offer the service, they have to be granted access to sensitive data from banks, insurance companies, pension funds, and other important institutions all over the world. This high-end computer farm literally goes over every possible scenario and pinpoints anything that could possibly go wrong, allowing their clients to make the best investment decisions. And it's through Aladdin that BlackRock actually oversees more like $21 trillion worth of assets instead of just $9 trillion. And that's just from a third of Aladdin's 240 clients, which means that one company, BlackRock, has an eye on the equivalent of at least 10% of all the stocks and bonds in the world. In 2008, the world enters a global financial crisis that
Hold on,
has
Moth. What I'm talking about here is the Earth spins on its axis, right? And we can observe that spin by the position of the stars that we can see. What I'm talking about in regards to the moon is we only ever see one side of the moon, right? We only ever see one side of the moon, and that's it. And that's pretty much what I'm getting at. I want to be like the guys in Brokeback Mountain until I realize they killed themselves. I don't want to be like those guys ever. Those guys like men. I like women.
Been seen since the Great Depression, and Wall Street needs Washington to bail them out. Who do they call to manage the bailout? As you already know, BlackRock. The New York Fed personally went to Larry to help manage $30 billion in toxic assets from Bear Stearns.
Oh, I know the Earth is not flat. I was in the Navy for 13 years.
How to handle the $100 billion of toxic assets.
So the Earth is not flat, right? I'm not a flat earther, and I think anyone who thinks the Earth is flat is a little bit retarded. What I'm talking about specifically is we only ever see one side of the moon. You know, that's more or less what I'm getting at. Am I about to crash into this rock? Oh, that's weird. That's pretty much what I'm getting at. We only ever see one side of the moon. We never see that other side of the moon. That's all that I'm getting at here. The Earth is not flat, and if you think that, you need to go. I don't know where you need to go, but it's definitely not flat. Because in the Navy we have certain things. We have certain things that certain tools that we use. Like for instance, right? So we have a gun on our ship called the 5-inch, right? It's on a destroyer. It's a 5 inches. It's a giant cannon, right? And that cannon has a gyro on it that compensates for the curvature of the Earth. So imagine like if you're sitting in the middle of the ocean, right, and you wanted to hit a ship on the horizon. Well, you would have to aim the 5-inch in a certain direction, and the gyro that's on the 5-inch compensates for the curvature, so it makes the shot a little bit more accurate. So that's how we know the Earth is not flat. And if people like would disagree with that, well, I've actually seen it shot with my eyes. Yeah, the 5-inch is terrifying. Like, cause when I was on the ship, like the office that I worked in was like right underneath the 5-inch, and it would shake everything. It's terrifying. But it's pretty cool though. Like I got to go down to where they actually shoot it, and to see like the giant shells fall out of the cannon. It's pretty wild. Some days I wish I joined the Navy, but Marines took me first. That's how mine went. I went to join the Marines, but they were at lunch. OTEC, sucking any sea life yet? I haven't seen that, Moth. Would have been able to see a lot more of the world. Yeah, Navy deployments are definitely a little bit more favorable for travel and being able to see things in the world.
They even contracted BlackRock to deal with the $301 billion of Citigroup's assets, all of which were done behind closed doors with no competitive bidding. And just like that, Larry was more powerful than ever. He went from being the laughingstock of finance to being the linchpin between Wall Street and Washington. As one bank executive said, Larry has always wanted to be important, and now he's more important than he ever dreamed of, and he's loving it. In the end, they made at least $200 million off of these contracts in total.
I thought the Marines could go to Sicily or something like that, or Spain.
Well, it's like the black water of
I thought the Marines had a station in Rota or like Sicily, something like that. I know they opened up some for Marines in Europe. I wasn't stationed in Europe, but I got to go. It was cool, all except for Italy. I didn't like Italy all that much. Okay, got you. Are you still in the Marines, Super Scuba? Or are you out now? Can't see sheet. Hope this is not a bunker. I'm not being shot at, so... Been at 11 for 11 years now? Okay. I feel like buying BlackRock shares. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Blackwater as in the most infamous private military contractor during the War on Terror. Check out our mini documentary on them to learn more, link below. Now on the surface, this may sound bad. This may sound pretty shady and corrupt. But if you think about it, if the government is gonna step in, which they are, even though I don't completely agree with that, what else are they gonna do? They're at least partially responsible for this mess for setting such low interest rates, so they're obviously already incompetent. They're not experts in things like mortgage-backed securities, so why wouldn't they go to the man that is an expert that helped pioneer these things in the first place? I'm not saying it isn't shady and corrupt. I'm just saying that giving these million-dollar contracts to a man like Larry Fink is understandable. And it didn't stop there. When the you-know-what hit the fan in March 2020 with COVID, BlackRock came to the rescue for both Wall Street and the government again. The Federal Reserve hired them to help bail out corporations with too much debt or that needed to borrow money to stay afloat, which again included corporations they have huge stakes in, which is again definitely not a conflict of interest. They also helped the Fed purchase more mortgage-backed securities on top of that. So where does BlackRock go moving forward? What does a man do when he already has everything? In 2019, people were petitioning against BlackRock for being among the top shareholders for oil and coal production. In fact, investing in heavy pollution industries has basically been the backbone of BlackRock's portfolio over the years. So according to Larry, they're making a push towards environmental, social, and sustainable investing. Whether or not they actually believe in this stuff is yet to be known. Nevertheless, it does appear they've made legit efforts to expand into this more eco-friendly market. With new environmentally focused products, they've partnered with activist investors, they backed a shareholder resolution basically forcing ExxonMobil to get serious about climate change. Larry even straight up wrote a letter telling companies that they need to, quote, contribute to society to receive his firm's support. This new push for sustainable investing or ESG investing is a big reason why you see so many corporations trying to appear woke these days.
If you want to invest in a company, they will, on their investor relations page, they'll show you their ESG score. ESG stands for environmental, social, corporate governance. And this is where the woke culture comes from. So they've created this kind of phony baloney rating system that says, well, if you, I'm exaggerating, but if you mention that you are, have a green agenda and you believe in carbon credits and you might trade some credits somewhere, then you get a higher score and therefore you're more investable. And it's very interesting to see how big investors like insurance company, institutional investors, they are steering away from anything that does not have the right ESG rating. And so in order to have investors continue to be interested in the stock, which is important for the company, for its perception, certainly for the officers of the company and the shareholders, You have to move this along continuously. And so it's very simple to see why doing a woke ad as Nike or as any other company, and Pride Month is fantastic, because you could, Pride is easy. Throw up some flags, show the right people, trans, whatever, and you got a high ESG score.
No, that makes sense.
The main catalyst for Larry's success is the soul-crushing humiliation he experienced after losing 100.
I definitely understand that whole thing is all about money. It's a money scam, and it makes sense, because if you look back at June, like literally everyone, you couldn't get away from a pride flag anywhere. Like, I don't hate the community. I just want my own ability to participate if I so choose. I don't want to be forced to participate, meaning like there should be an option, like on Windows, on my search bar, there was a pride flag and I couldn't do anything to take it off. And they should ask me if I wanted support and not just force support. Because like it was getting to the point to where I was so tired of seeing it, like I didn't want to like be on my computer because I didn't want to see it. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's one of those things. And I knew like companies were just getting paid for it, because I'm just like, there's no way that these things that are male dominated, like sports, are just openly supporting this stuff. Because as men, like, we don't give a fuck, you know what I mean? We just want to watch our sports. We watch sports to get away from stuff like this. We don't watch sports to be like, oh, like, you know, we want everything inclusive. Like, it's our escape, right? So to see like sports teams doing that, it was like very, very strange, and it really felt forced. It really didn't feel genuine, and it didn't feel authentic. And now, like, after watching this, if it's true, which more than likely it is, you know, then that makes sense. They were getting paid, which is what I expected.
$1 million. That's what really catapulted BlackRock into what it is today. He put his entire being into the company, and most people agree that he's still as driven as ever today. When asked on a personal level what's important, this is what he had to say. This may sound trite, but it's really important for me to be perceived as a good human being, a caring individual that always comes across as real and unpretentious. And one thing I tell everybody, you may not be able to print this, is that I'm the same turd I was 30 years ago, and I'm really proud of that. If there is indeed an American oligarchy today, Larry Fink would definitely be one of them. But is he a good oligarch or a bad one? Are they just putting on a show to keep the public at bay? How influential is BlackRock really? How much control over the world do they really have? Let me know what you think in the comments below. So what is your verdict on BlackRock? Do they own the world? How much influence do they really have? One interesting thing that I found was that Larry Fink is only worth around $1 billion, even though his company manages over $9 trillion, at least according to Forbes, unless there's more unreported. So let me know what you guys think, as always, in the comments below. And yes, I am well aware that the purple in my hair, or however it shows up on camera, makes me look like an SJW, but as always, it will fade out to a more natural looking blonde, so don't worry. I'm not going full SJW. Speaking of hair, you should check out Keeps, our video sponsored, with the link below. Men don't really have many ways to express themselves visually. There's not really much men's fashion like at all compared to women's fashion. And it's something that you can probably tell that I value. So I really value hair and what it can do to your style and your look. So that is why I am supporting Keeps. So you should do what you can to protect it before too.
Yeah, BlackRock is definitely like a beast of a company. With things like this, because we don't know what goes on behind closed doors unless we're like an insider, you know what I mean? Unless we're like an insider, unless like an insider comes out and they reveal information with like documentation and like clear documentation, it's always going to be hard to say like what actually is going on. But I think that there are companies that are trying to control the world. And by control the world, I mean control the world's resources. What's your opinion on those AMOLED 0.7-inch full HD. Those could be used from phone for wireless, film, glasses, mirror, refraction lens is cheaper than Microsoft HoloLens. I've never even heard of that. So I don't even know what that is really. What is it called? AMOLED. I guess we're gonna watch another video on something. AMOLED. .7 of an inch full. Do you have like a video on it I can watch? You can link in the chat. Cause I don't know what it's all about. I'm not gonna pretend that I know. Quantum arrangement. Hey guys, I don't know much about like all this like quantum theory and like all that stuff. I'm not hip on it. So if y'all have like a video or something that I can watch so that I can educate myself, I'm more than willing to watch it. Looks like somebody's already been here. All up in these boxes. We got an armor box. Just replace an NNC tiny screen. It will be cool on some type of wireless chip communicating phone, external battery to display. So is it what you're talking about? Are they like little tiny screens or like what? I mean, because like when it comes to technology, of course there's always going to be like some nefarious use for technology, and that just goes with anything in the world, right? Like anything in the world could have a nefarious use if you so choose. How the car chase inside. Felix, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Like, it's very hard to decipher exactly what you're saying. Microsoft HoloLens tries to do some sophisticated projection onto glasses and has cameras able to see profiles to project Minecraft in real life. So you're talking about what do you call them? Those displays where like the augmented reality? Is that what you're talking about, Moth? Almost like a heads-up display. Yeah, so it's like you're talking about augmented reality. Yeah, so I'll tell you guys like this. This is my thought. I don't think that we live in a matrix. I think they're trying to create one to put us in. And that's kind of like my thoughts on that augmented reality, metaverse, all that stuff. Yeah, so I wouldn't do anything like that. Like I wouldn't want to augment reality, because reality is already distorted, right? There's already this big distortion in reality, and your perception really shapes reality. So I don't see the benefit of using some type of technology to have like a little heads-up display. Like I don't need that. You know, I think the younger generation will fall for it because they'll be like, oh, it's just some cool technology, but I won't fall for it. Heaven, plan, or out. Yes, I don't think that heaven's a real place. I think heaven and hell are more of states of mind than anything, than them actually being like a place that you go when you die. Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to go towards. You know, they're definitely trying to go towards something to where you definitely need to be plugged into the system to be able to exist, right? And they don't want any existence outside of that. And it's not something that they're going to do overnight. You know, it's something that they're going to do like slowly over time. They're going to slowly condition people into wanting it and to telling them they can't live without it. You know, there's a lot of social conditioning that goes on with a lot of the stuff that they do. And people always fall for it. They could say that it would cut down on using the planet or something like that. Yeah. They always have to use something like that to get people on board. But like the biggest lie that we're being told right now is the planet's overpopulated, and that's simply not true. If you actually go look at population numbers, we're actually in a population decline, a massive population decline, like in just about every country. What if they create warframes at some point and have wireless operators to control the labor? I don't see that being like that big an issue, but like I said, like anything could be used for a bad reason. So it's not like it's okay though. We don't need a decline, but we need to control. But we can't control it. Our greatest strength as human beings is the amount of people that we have. Right? Numbers is our greatest advantage that we have in any scenario. So the fact that we are in a population decline, and especially if many people think that humans are the only life that exists in the entire universe, and if that's true, then like if we're in a population decline, like why would you want to control, you know, why would you only want to limited number of people on the planet? The big issue is that most people live in these big cities.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
That's the biggest issue. We don't have issues with overpopulation. We have an issue with people being crammed into these small ass cities. You know? And I think that's something we should solve.
Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Because if you've ever like flown anywhere, like over the country, and you look down at the ground, you know, it's mostly just empty. Like you only see things when you get to like major cities, major metropolitan areas, but most of it's just land. Most of it's just land. Even like where I grew up in Texas, like, you know, your closest neighbor was not right on top of you. You know, at least people had like at least an acre of their own land. But that doesn't happen anymore. Even if you look at new constructions, especially like in major cities, they're not building houses. They're building condos. They're building townhomes, which is nothing wrong with that. But you don't give people the opportunity to, you know, grow their own food. I'm going to go ahead and open this since I'm already here. I don't know if man could ever expand cheaply without having destroyed a planet like Strog did in Stroga's fiction. I think it's possible. I just think that, you know, we use a lot of things. Okay, so I'll give you guys a prime example of this, right? And you guys can look this up. So the oil companies actually have a patent right now for hemp-based ethanol, right? It's ethanol that runs on hemp. It's 98% more efficient than corn ethanol, and it's 158% more efficient than crude oil. You could actually use hemp to make roads. You can use it to make houses. You can use it to make a lot of things. And in the state of California, you would think a technology like this would be the driving force behind their green initiatives. But in California, all the green laws are just money grabs. They're just money grabs. And there is...
Systems activating. Systems on.
And there's no reason why we couldn't, right? Yet, there has been no talk of ever moving towards using him for anything as far as like construction wise. And we have to ask ourselves why that is. It's because if you started using actual products, if you actually started using products that would help the environment for real, then it would eliminate the need for their laws. It would eliminate the need for their money grab system. Because essentially you would say, okay, from now on, from this point forward, you know, we're going to increase our hemp production for construction by this much each year until eventually the hemp takes over, right? Instead of each year, they can put a tax on certain commodities, right? And I'm sure they could tax the hemp, right? They can tax the hell out of it and make it really expensive. But the problem is people can grow hemp. The problem is people can grow that in their yards. And that's what they're afraid of. They don't want people to be self-sustainable. It certainly would. And they don't want that. Because over time, like what hemp does, it sucks CO2 out of the atmosphere, like it absorbs it. And I can't think of a better place that can use some of that than Los Angeles. You know? Los Angeles could use some hella hemp, you know? It might be an experiment with clunky low resolution version of my idea. Just modify the Oculus for the full screen. Mini screens would be cool to jump through a network. Would be cool to go through the network and through Microsoft. So I don't know if it's because of my my stigmatism, but when I put a VR headset on, I can't see anything. I don't know what that is. To computer through remote networks and use remote horsepower on the go. The best oil comes from above the ground, not from the excess carbon stored under it. Alright, let me get to the sun side of this planet, so we can finally do some mining after an hour. Yeah, hemp does grow very quickly. It does. And like, if they really want to do something about like pollution and oil and stuff right now, you can essentially make hemp fuel right now, and that would literally cut gas prices in half. You know, it's something that could be done right now, but it's just like, okay, they're not ever gonna do that because they know what's up. So like in the Prohibition days, so Prohibition wasn't actually about people drinking alcohol. It was about they didn't want ethanol to be a viable source of fuel because it was going to hurt the oil industry, because it was cheaper to make, and you can essentially make it at home. And if you just happen to drink it, it will get you drunk. So they put all this propaganda out so that people would be afraid and get on board with the removal of ethanol as a fuel source. Because like the way that you make moonshine and all that stuff is the same way that you make hemp ethanol. You can literally make it at home, and it's not that difficult. It really isn't. And if your car is like flex fuel, or you have an E85 set up, you can essentially run it. And then they passed a law to say if you sell ethanol, it has to have crude oil in it. So where I was, right now I'm in San Diego. Where are you at? Not burnt power. Yeah, Felix, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, your words aren't making sense to me. That's the hidden carbon neutral fire. No, I'm not being shot at. I was just shooting my guns. Because I'm just flying down to the planet manually instead of using like a jump point. This dude's trying to request 1 AUEC to transport somebody somewhere. No, thank you, sir. If you're playing Star Citizen, you ever want to transport somebody, make sure you bring a 2-seat fighter. That way they can't kill you. Yeah, C2 boys. I like the C2. Two radiators, a metal hose, and a 12-volt battery, one on the fire. Yeah, the only way they were taking away other ships was if you bought like, say you got like 100 million credits and you bought, or say like you got like a couple 100 million credits and you bought like 3 890 jumps. They would they would take that away. I was actually on my way to get an 890 jump when they were doing the reset. Monkey reset in the V-frame. Yeah, people were doing that though, and that's what caused them to do the reset, because people were just being greedy. It's just like, I don't know why you would need 3 890s, you know what I mean? Permacultured nuts. Oh, that's a big rock. I don't want that. Right, I thought New Deal was like the little M50 or whatever. It's not a bad thing. I'm pretty sure if I had a son and he was looking at the game, I would do the same thing. So I can't fault you on that one, Super Scuba. Your public Facebook profile. Right now I'm flying the A2, the Big Bertha, Big Booty Judy. Oh, he's already back in school. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, that's Hadanite. Let's go ahead and land this bad boy. And pick those rocks up. Problem is I'm in this crater kind of area. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, man, I can't wait to have kids one day, man. I think it's gonna be awesome. Like, I really want to be a dad. a thing of pay keywords on top of basic wages, then vote, stopping to tell what every job is and pay you if you want. I still don't really know what you're talking about, Felix. Appreciate you like in the chat, but I don't know. I feel like we're in the first Rush Hour movie right now.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Basic income. So you think there should be a universal basic income?
Warning. Power critical.
Thanks for stopping by, Super Scuba. Much appreciated. Well, that brings us up to the question, like, why do we need to pay to live on the planet anyway? Like, everybody that's on the planet's from here, right? So why do we need to pay to live here?
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
To do what we want anyway we want to feel we don't owe. Yeah, I think a better way is a better education on like credit, debt, like all that stuff. You know, basically to live the way do the same thing the rich people do. You could have that game for free. Basically, you basically made it. Have what game for free? Talking about Star Citizen?
Extraction mode on.
Oh, come on, I'm right here. Let me pick this stuff up. Let me pick you up.
Fracturing mode on. Extraction mode on.
It seems like the photography prisms seem most clear and concise. Such for the Oculus might head down to some Walmarts. Yeah, I put on an Oculus or any VR goggle, and well, this gravity's really low here. I put on the Oculus, and I literally can't see anything. For me, it's all blurry. Okay, my miner's being weird now. It's driving forward on its own. Oh God. thing is driving itself again. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with my joystick. Because before my joystick, it wasn't doing this. Just make sure the keys are not binded. Movement, ground vehicles. No. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps doing that. Like every time I have to unbind these. I'm trying to clear all the distortions and mirrors and use transparent reflections, custom film on glasses. That's why I say it's much more chunky than AMOLED reflective film. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just not hip to all that kind of stuff. Like the ins and outs of that technology, so you know better than I do. I think that was inside the rock. We're not gonna be able to get that one. It'd be kind of fun with Microsoft Remote in my home with my Windows PC. That way, one communicates with the other through my phone's wireless network, and the other stays home doing the horsepower. That sounds like a very advanced and complicated setup. But like when you do this stuff, like are you disabling like Cortana and like all that stuff? Because I don't like the idea that my phone can like always listen to like what I'm saying. Not that I'm doing anything wrong, I'm just like I think I have a right to privacy even from technology itself. The ship's like off the ground right here. See if that pushes the front of the ship down. If not, I'll have to move it. But it should. Let's get something to drink and let's get to our next rock. Let's get on to the next thing. If y'all have anything that y'all want me to react to, you can drop a link in the chat and I'll pull it up. Take a look at it while we do some mining. Walmart, does it have it in our stores? Are you saying you don't like Walmart? I probably need to go to the scanning mode. That's a big rock. We don't want that. When you're 5, you don't know? You don't know what when you're 5? Well, let's pull it up. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's pull it up. Let's get our window capture. Put on a song in spring while. All right, let's take a look, Nathan.
Welcome back, everybody. So I was on one of my typical outside morning routine days and spent a little time thinking about a lot of stuff. One of them being my buddy Morph, who recently has been under the crosshairs, I guess. I thought about it. For a while, and I kind of wanted to throw, I guess, my 2 cents into the whole equation. I think people are being a little hard on Morph, and I think sometimes people like to pick somebody to hate. Now, for me, I've had this happen a couple times, and sometimes for good reason. But it seems to be kind of like human nature. We like to pick somebody to pick on. Maybe it's kind of therapeutic, maybe it's mob justice. We see it all the time in today's world on Twitter and YouTube and all that stuff. And I think Morph kind of just got caught. And I think it's a little unjustified.
I wouldn't
When
say
did
that,
we become-
AV1.
Like, are we so arrogant to think that we know everything, or that Morph can't ask questions, or anybody, not even just Morph? Like, are you never allowed to be the fool? Are you never allowed to ask stupid questions? And if you do ask silly questions or stupid questions, are you doomed to be ridiculed forever? Are we so arrogant to forget that people have genuine gaps in knowledge, and that's not their fault? It doesn't make them a bad person. It just makes them uneducated in a specific category. I'm uneducated in a lot of things. And guess what? The people watching this video, you are too. But that's okay. I just find it a little bit funny that people hate on him so much for asking a genuine question from his point of view. Maybe instead of ridiculing the guy mercilessly, maybe we can step back and give education, or use the opportunity to help people understand.
That's what I did. I educated him.
Star Citizen is going to be a long game. We're probably going to be at this for a long time. So it would probably benefit if the community kind of came together for times like this and gave someone a pass every once in a while for asking silly questions. Now, don't get me wrong, some of the memes that come out, I mean, everyone's got a comedy flair. I get it. And I mean, it's been done to me on many occasions too. But you gotta give people a break every once in a while. That's how I look at it. Everybody likes to jump in on the mob until the mob turns on you, and then it's not so fun. So I think, in
I'm
Morph's
dead.
case, I think he's a genuinely good guy, and I think he asks genuine questions.
Oh, I didn't put my helmet back on.
The best response to this whole situation is to help educate people and teach them about what's going on in the game, and what's balanced and not, and why. You don't have to agree with it, but you have to
Forgot my helmet.
understand it. And that's the big difference. See, I have this problem a lot of times too. You know, and I tell guys like I tell guys this in the Discord all the time too. It's like, you have a choice. You have a choice. You can go only for wins. And if you take a loss, you can get upset about it. Or you can go for wins, or you can learn. It's a different mindset, right? Usually a lot of people that are very, very, very competitive don't like losing. And I would be one of them. But what I've learned as I've kind of gone through this process, for me, and again, this works for me, and this might not work for you, but this is what worked for me, is to switch your mindset from a win or a lose, or a win or a loss, to a win or a learn. Because even if you don't win the fight, there's something there that you can learn. And that small little shift, a small little...
But that win or learn mindset, right? Right, shouldn't you be telling it to your friend? If you have a friend and he says something pretty egregious, right? And he complains about something, isn't it on you as a friend to be honest with him, right? And I'm all for giving people a pass, right? I don't have anything personal against morphologists. It's not personal, right? However, I think that when you have someone that says something, and you have someone who has pull at CIG, and we as the regular players don't know like what his deal with CIG is. We just know that they like him and they listen to him on some level. That was my concern, right? And the win or learn mindset, like I said, you should be telling your friend this. You shouldn't be telling us this, because, you know, he did come out and call a portion of his population stupid, right? There should be an education on responding to things emotionally. That should be an education right there, right? But this is not the conversation that we're having right now. We're talking about giving a guy a pass. And like I said, what the things I said about Morph, it was just me being honest. It was just me being very blunt. And there's a thing called tough love, right? I think under no circumstance would A1, like ever, in a fight, be like, you know what? Let me use this as a teachable moment. Well, he does teach. What I'm saying is, like, he wouldn't be so soft in combat. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, Jumptown, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, Jumptown is a PvP arena that we have inside the PU. It's the only one that exists. And we just have to take it for what it is. And if we don't like it, then don't play it. It's really that simple. To call for something to be changed that only has one fundamental role, that only has really one loadout for its bombs, I think is ridiculous. And I think the player base also agreed that it was a ridiculous thing to do. So, you know, where's the conversation to your friend about, hey, you know, this game is pretty hardcore. If you don't have the skills for something, you have to build the skill up. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want this game turning into something to where there's no skill that needs to be done to do something, you know? I don't want the game to be like that because, you know, it is hard to go and bomb with an A2. It's not easy. It's only easy if you get caught with your pants down. That's the only time that it's easy. And I have a video of it being easy for me. I literally flew into Jumptown, right? There were ships on the ground. No one was watching the sky. I dropped 4 bombs and left. I should not be able to do that. Not because the A2 needs to change, but because players need a change in their own mindsets and about what Jumptown is and what it isn't. You know what I mean? So that would be those are my thoughts. Those are my, or that is my perspective on it. Like, don't get mad at us because we are playing the game and we're using the ships for their intended role. Right. And then saying things like, hey, you know, I think that we should make I should get a server full of just my organization to take control of Jumptown. Well, I mean, that's a soft mindset, and I will call that out every time that I see it. Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and I'm not gonna sit up here and give a pass to somebody who wants to fill a server with just his players so he can do something that he wants to do. You know? I think that this game involves a great deal of risk, and if you're not willing to take the risk, then, you know, like, I don't know. I just realized it's going to be very hard for me to find my A2 out here and my rock miner. But I'm pretty sure it's down here somewhere. It's in these mountains, in these blue mountains down here. Damn. Anyway, let's let A1 finish his thoughts here.
Little shift in mindset can pay big dividends down the road, and it allows you to be the fool. So in example Morph's case, Morph came at this from a win or a learn, but some people, they like to jump on it, right? They're like, oh, you lost, you had a stupid idea. As if it's some kind of scoreboard and they're tallying up every time Morph was wrong and right and wrong and right. how would it's wrong or learn? Win or learn, right?
But he didn't learn anything. That's the problem. You know, he didn't learn anything.
It's tough.
It is tough, but he didn't learn anything, and that's the reality of it.
I mean, I've been sucked into.
And I know that your friend. Hold on.
To hate. It's
Hold
fun
on.
to pick somebody or something.
I understand that your friend Morph, or not Morph, but A1. I understand that that's your friend. Credit, but if it were me, and I were saying something completely stupid, or one of my friends were saying something that was completely stupid, I would correct them, and I would tell them why they're wrong. And I think that's the mark of a real friend. Now, I know, like, personally, you may do things a little bit different. You may try to go with a compassionate approach. But if something's dumb, it's dumb. You know, and if a bunch of people are saying the opposite thing of what you're saying, then that's for a reason. That's because a lot of people are in agreement with a certain sentiment. And at some point, you got to realize that. So to say that we need to give him a pass, I don't think that people should attack him personally. No, that's not what I'm saying here. I think people should stick to the points for sure, right? Stick to the points of Jumptown and not go at him personally. But, you know, I will say that his response to the situation was a little bit soft, and he should try to toughen himself up a little bit so that he can, you know, have better outcomes in this game. He should work on his PvP skills so that he can have better outcomes in this game. The same things that you would tell somebody else, you know, just approach it from the situation. If somebody was dogfighting you and they lost, you could give them that advice. Do they deserve a pass because they lost to you, and, you know, they think that you should give them a handicap? No, you're going to tell them to get your skills up, get better at the game, and come back and see me. And that's all. And that's all that the community is saying. It's like, don't get mad at us for your mistakes and failures. Period. And just like a minute ago, I went out of my ship without my helmet on, and, you know, I have to deal with the consequence of that. You know, now I have to go through these mountains and try to find my ship, and if not, I have to go reclaim everything and start this entire process over, right? The thing that I learned here is to make sure that I always have my helmet on. So, you know, I could sit here and say the game needs to. I can sit here and say the game needs to have us a dedicated marker to where my ship is and all that kind of stuff. Actually, I should have a marker though, but I don't. Let me land real quick, see if I can get a marker for my body. But yeah, it doesn't really change the fact that, you know, at some point that he has to take responsibility for his actions. You know? And that just is what it is. Like, I don't hate A1's opinion on this. I just think that, you know, if he's going to call a spade, he should also give his friend the same advice. His friend, like, the honest, blunt truth. And I think we need more honest, blunt truth. I think we need to stop always coddling people's feelings when it comes to stuff, because feeling has nothing to do with it. What has to do with it is you just got caught with your pants down and just don't do it again. And that's it.
To hate. And it's so easy. It's so easy. And in today's world with video editing and software and all the stuff we have, I mean, you can make some of the nicest people look like the biggest D-bags through some, you know, video magic and cuts and meme music. So it all depends on how you look at things. And, for my buddy Morph, keep on doing what you're doing, buddy. Keep on doing what you're doing. There's a lot more people who enjoy the stuff you make than are hating on you. And just because there's a few people in the corner getting a little upset, remember that it's a small percentage, right? And never let these people tell you that you're not good or that you don't bring something of value to the table. See, the people I find that are always pointing the finger and saying that you're worthless or you don't bring value to something or you're wrong or you should stop streaming and, you know, other derogatory terms. They're typically the people that are hurting the most. And they're typically the people that, in a kind of a weird way, are like crying out for their own attention and compassion. There's a lot of pain in the world. There's a lot of suffering, and there's a lot of people going through things that are difficult. And it doesn't necessarily come out in healthy ways all the time.
I don't think anyone who was being critical of morphologists was crying out for attention or crying out for help or crying out because they're in some type of pain. I just think they saw a guy who was complaining that he lost at a video game, and they were just like, hey, dude, it's a game. Like, relax, toughen up a little bit. Like, you shouldn't, like, this is nothing to cry about, you know? I think that was more of the thing. Who's sending me a direct message? Soviet Doge. I tried to answer it. It really didn't work all that well. I know it was deep in the mountains. Let's continue this video.
Sometimes it's really hard. Sometimes people come out toxically and aggressively, and they're just trying to hurt you because it makes them feel like they have a small modicum of power. So, be kind to your fellow citizen, folks, because they're people too. And when the next time Morph asks a silly question, remember, it's part of the process, and that you too are going to ask silly questions too, and that it takes a lot of courage to step out in front of a lot of people and be the fool. It takes a lot of courage to do that. So, these are just some thoughts I had when I was out here meditating, but I think it was important to remind people that we're kind of in this together, and we got a choice. We can lift each other up, we can help each other, we can help educate, we can have some fun with each other, because we're going to be in this for a long time, 20, maybe even 30 years with Star Citizen. Let's make it a good 20 years, instead of burning the boats down and causing problems. Trust me, there's going to be a lot of folks out there doing that, but we don't all, you know, all the people watching this video and the people helping, you don't have to do that. You can be better. Just my 2 thoughts, my 2 cents. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right, I don't know. But all I can do is do my 1% every day. Love you, folks. See you next time.
All right, yeah, so I definitely see what he's getting at there, but at the same time, you know, are you going to give that same advice to your friend? Is my question, you know? Because like I said, like, you know, it's really easy to come out here and tell everybody to be nice, but are you having that real honest conversation with your friend? That would be my response to that. And like I said, if it were me or one of my friends, like, I know for sure Cashapp would correct me if I was wrong about something. you know, and I would correct him if he was wrong. But Camp and myself, we come from a different area of gaming. We come from an area of gaming, so we come from an area of gaming that doesn't care, you know, if you get nuked or not. Like, we don't care. Like, did you have the tools in place to stop it? No. You know, in my last live stream, when I talked about morphologists, I made the analogy of jiu-jitsu because it's kind of, it can kind of correlate, it can kind of relate. Unfortunately, I think I have to claim all my stuff. I don't think I'm going to find my ship out here. I made the analogy about jiu-jitsu, Nathan, and the point of jiu-jitsu is you start in a standing position, and your goal is to take your opponent down, get top position, and get a submission, right? And if someone is able to take you down and get top position on you, it's not because they cheated somehow or the top position is somehow too powerful. There are steps involved in which you get to top position until you get to the full mount. You know what I mean? So if I get taken down and someone gets full mount on me, it's not because you know, the position itself is overpowered, and I will concede that the amount of effort that it takes to keep somebody on the bottom position versus escaping the person who's on top of you is much less effort. If you're on bottom, you have to exert much more effort to get out of that position. But it was you who got yourself into that position. So it's on you to get out of that position. And if you go around saying that top position is unfair or it's, you know, or it's overpowered, then I think that's going to sit wrong with a lot of people. A lot of people aren't going to vibe with that. You know what I mean? And it applies the same here. You allowed that A2 to get top position, and he did what he did. There was a series of processes or a series of steps that he went through to get there. And you had a poor defense, which allowed him to do that. So that's no one's fault but your own. And you shouldn't want to try to get the top mount taken out of the jiu-jitsu tournament. That's not the answer. The answer is to mount a better defense. The answer is when you're going through that, when he's trying to get top position, to use your guard, use your sweeps, use your reversals, you know, use your own submissions from the bottom, use your own defenses. The answer is not to nerf the position, and that's the position that I'm taking. I'm not trying to attack him personally. I don't know him I don't know him from the next person. I don't know him better than I know Avenger One. I don't know him better than I know any other YouTuber on this platform, right? But I will say that it's a soft mindset, and there is a lot of softness going on in the world right now, and I'm personally getting tired of it, especially when it comes to gaming, because over the past decade, we haven't had many good games, right? And as someone who likes playing games, as someone who likes streaming games, I want to see games that are not being changed because someone else thinks that it's too hard. You know, I miss the days when you actually have to be good at something, right? On the PS3, there was a game called Warhawk, right? It was this essentially game that you can pick up and you can just play, right? But the aerial combat in that game was very difficult because I wouldn't say that it was difficult, but there was a skill. You needed skill to fly planes in that game. And what would happen is when someone new would get onto that game and they would get in the plane, they would get killed, they would get pissed because they were like, oh, you guys are cheating. They're like, no, we're not cheating. We've been playing this game for a long time. We put in countless hours of trying to make this work, of trying to be good at piloting, right? So it's not that we're cheating. We just know the game mechanics and we know how to fly. So don't get mad at us because we're better than you. You take the time, go through the pain of sucking, right? Go to the pain of sucking at something and get better at it. Because what it sounded like was and this is an assumption, but what it sounded like was he wanted the game on easy mode. And he has no right to demand the game to be on easy mode. He has no right to demand that. And that was my only point. CS, what's going on, bro? How's it going? You know, and especially when you call people stupid, you know, people aren't going to like that too much.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
So far, it's good. No 30K so far. But it's early in the week, so people are working, so the verse is pretty solid today. But I made a mistake. And I went out into the off a moon with my, oh God. Oh God. Oh well. I went out into the, on the moon with my helmet off by accident. And now I'll have to start my mining process over again, which sucks, but it's all good.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following locations. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Your insurance claim has been sent.
Yeah, the service beacons are so much fun to do. I wish they wouldn't have done that either. I think they need to buff them. Like if you're gonna increase server cap, you know what I mean. There needs to be more beacons because essentially everyone's trying to fight over this one mission to get. You know, because it's a new play loop, they should have a bunch of them in there. I just think they need to bring Xenothreat into the game because I haven't played that and I want to play it. Like I get like, you know, Jump Town, like all this stuff. Like, dude, give me Xenothreat. Like I don't want to play Siege again. Give me Xenothreat. Bring that back. I haven't played it. Like I started playing this game after the last Xenothreat, which was what like early was like January, I think.
You are clear to launch.
Could take this ERT. I need to go back and get the Redeemer though. Not the Redeemer, the Retaliator.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay. Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Let's hope this thing has torpedoes.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
I'm stuck in the thing. I have to wait for this thing to time out.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
No, I'm stuck on the thing. I'm stuck on the thing.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Finally, where is it at? Hangar 7. Let's hope we have all of our torpedoes. Got 6 torps. Let's go.
You are clear to launch. Thank you, and please visit again.
Hopefully all of these bounties are hammerheads. Not just going to make my life difficult. The Valkyrie have to take out? Alright. We gotta hold this. too easy. If y'all got any videos y'all want me to react to, just throw them in the chat. We'll pull them up and take a look. Come on. Don't want to come in too fast on them. You're gonna really do me like this? Right to the face. Not a bad way to make 96K, right? Yeah, when you have ERTs, if you have something that shoots torpedoes, these size 9s just makes it a lot easier. I just went ahead and got the Retaliator because it has double the torpedoes that the Eclipse does. So you can chain these back to back. I don't know what happened just now. I have no idea what happened just now. I was flying straight, and then I hit something in space. I hit one of those invisible space rocks, I guess. I just think that some of the ships are bugged a little bit because I was having the same issue when the F7CM was doing the same thing. Yeah. Pretty much. Pretty much. Star Citizen being Star Citizen. Oh, that was fun. Hey, at least I didn't crash and die, right? That little Gladius that wants to play out here. I can get my F7. We can play Gladius if you want. Oh God, the sex bots are back. Hold on, guys. I have to open my chat real quick. Hold on. I have to open my chat. Get rid of these, Oh, I have to report each individual one. Hide user. There we go. It's letting us restock, so that's good. I have a crime stat? How do I have a crime stat? Alright, let's go to the terminal and see what my crime stat is for. I find it ridiculous that after all this time, those type of things still exist in the game, or on not in the game, but on YouTube.
insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Goodbye.
I hope it does, because I don't know what I did to get a crime stat. I think that what it's supposed to be is what like crime stat 2, you can still land places and yeah, pay it off. Yeah, that'll be nice, because sometimes you just want to go kill somebody real quick just for the fun of it. You know what I mean? But one of the worst ones is like it's just the NPCs just getting in your way. Like I've had it to where I've had NPC like security ships like fly into my ship, and then I get a crime stat because they flew into me. It's just things like that, and I know that kind of stuff is like hard to fix, but yeah, I don't like that, but it is what it is. I think most of the time, like, I think they're trying to like make this big PvP arena, but I just don't see many players just, you know, hanging around security post Korea just for just to kill people with crime stats. Because most people with crime stats, like, if they're actually going to do it, they're not trying to clear them. You know, most people who get their crime stats are just, you know, just doing their things. What I'm saying is, the people who want to be criminals, who have crime stats, they want to be criminals, and they don't necessarily want to clear their crime stat. So hanging around security post Korea looking for them is not going to be, you know, worth anything, unless you're looking for like those newbie players. Failure to comply. Okay. No, it's floating. Okay, we can fix that. Personally, I'm not going to be hanging around security post Korea. Like, for me, it's like, like I said, I don't think the juice is always going to be worth the squeeze on that one.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
They would have to make it to where it's like really, really worth it. And if I can go do a couple of bounties, like, it has to be worth it than me. It has to be more worth it than me just going doing like bounties, like ERTs with my retaliator. Like, I need more money than that if I'm going to security post Korea.
retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following.
All systems online.
Everybody talking about Jumptown, man. I just want to fight some aliens. Give me Xenothreat over Jumptown any day. Or even the Nine Tails Blockade, like... I'd rather see that.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please follow the location. Goodbye.
Burritos in space never a good idea. Yeah, they give you space gas. You ever had space gas before? It's not that bad.
All systems online.
I wonder if I can repair this ship now. Yep.
Engines online.
Oops, still repairing? What's my quantum set? Oh, they came back again? They just don't quit. Thought that guy was gonna be out here still. Who's you shooting at? Oh, that shit is fucked up. His ship is jacked all the way up. You need to repair that, buddy. Trust and security don't play. They be scanning everybody, bro. I got my frames. I cannot stop these sex bots. Well, there's the Gladius. that doesn't go there. It doesn't even fit on the landing pad. Yeah, you need to get a hanger for that, homie. Alright, let's get back in our miner. Get back to mining.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Nobody out here want a PvP like that.
Landing gear deployed.
Make sure my engine's off this time.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Bro, why am I wearing this helmet with this suit? It makes no freaking sense. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you. Welcome to the stream.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
You are clear to launch.
I don't think it was really fleecing, more if it was just saying, you know, he had a poor argument. That was like my only thing. You know, and then he doubled down and said that, you know, if you have to buy a ship with money, then it's pay to win. But I'm just like, at the same time, bro, it's not pay to win when you can buy everything in game, except for the Scorpius. Most other ships you can buy in game.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Yeah, it is. We made in the last stream where we talked about him specifically, we came up with the idea, the conclusion that if he's concerned about a one-seater A2, right, then the Ion and the Inferno should be buffed in order to be able to counter the A2 with a one-seater solution, you know, because as it stands right now, like, you can damn near out dogfight an Ion or an Inferno with an A2, which shouldn't be a thing in my opinion. So why not make that shit better so that it gives a viable counter to an A2?
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
I never got to fly the Ion in its glory. I only flown the Nerf version of it, and it sucks. There's no reason why an A2 can outturn an Ion. It's ridiculous. And now I understand that the Ion's a big, heavy ship for a single fighter, but if that's the case, if we're talking about just size alone, is the F8C Lightning going to be the same way? Is it going to be like this big, tanky, heavy fighter that can be outmaneuvered by an A2? They could have done so many other things. Destroying its accuracy is so unfun in a space sim where skills involved. Don't add some fake randomness to my accuracy to make me miss. Yeah, I would agree with that. And honestly, I would like to see the Ion be a freaking a repeater instead of a cannon. Didn't mean to do that. That was almost a disaster. My hope is that the Ion and the Inferno get a nice little buff when the capital ships come into the game. Yeah, the ballistics are. I think they need to make some changes to the ballistics. I don't know how to make them better, but I feel the ballistics are not as accurate, and I think they should definitely be more accurate, like 100%. Let's go loot some more, but we're going to take all this stuff onto the ship first. Like, even if it was like a even if it was like a size 5 repeater or something like that, where it had like that 700 meters per second, which is still better than how it shoots right now, because right now it's just like you can kind of fool Mississippi between shots almost, damn near, and it just makes it not fun. And especially when, you know, a big ship like the one I have can outmaneuver it. It's just like, what's the point? Nathan, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate that. It's much appreciated. Oh god. Ow. Alright, let's go see what they have over here now. Hopefully there's some good stuff. They spamming these white crates. Come on, man. Let me get some of them red ones. I need a red crate. There we go. Hopefully something good up in here. And we got that, and we got another, so we'll take it though. Oh, this one is strong as hell. When armor is added, I like to see both the Inferno and the Ion to take down big ships. One to drain the shield and one to eat the hull. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. I'm really interested to see how the salvage gameplay is gonna work out. Like, is a ship gonna need to be fully disabled before you can steal it, or can you just yeet someone's ship off a landing pad, just run off with that shit? That's what I want to know. Because if that's the case, bro, I'm gonna be stealing everybody's ship, to be honest, bro. And I hope no one takes it personal. It's just the gameplay loop. Because I'm pretty sure my ship will get stolen too. Everybody's ship's going to be getting stolen. That's going to be like the main gameplay loop. I'm only one red chest. Terrible. Terrible. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see, because if that's the case, then bro, like I would literally just take my own ships and part them out if it duplicates it. Ow. I need to go all the way over there now. Another white box. Dude, I can't beat these fucking sex bots, bro.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I really need to get that voice attack set up. It's only like $10, but I think long term for Star Citizen to be worth it. Just no tax write-off for me. Just like these ships, just like everything else. Yeah, I seen that. We already reacted to that video earlier in the stream, CS. We need to the sun side of this moon. Yeah, and a lot of people are going to have that perspective because a lot of people didn't see it as him asking a legitimate question. People saw it as him being upset that it didn't go his way. And that is the issue. It's, you know, it's really nothing else beyond that. It's just like if I said something that was, if I was out here ranting about something that, you know, I could have stopped on my own, and like, you know, come back and make a disingenuous apology, I can't expect people to rock with me after that. You know what I'm saying? And this is why I'm not in the favor of canceling people, because eventually people will stop the act. Eventually people will show who they really are. So it's just a matter of time. Just keep them talking long enough to expose themselves. It makes me feel good to know how the game works, and you have a lot of people get it. Yeah. You know, it sucks that, you know, he got bombed. He couldn't make his video, but you wouldn't believe the amount of videos that I have on my hard drive that I couldn't upload because either a 30K or I got killed or something went wrong. But, you know, I don't complain about it. I just try to keep it rolling. Just try again some other time. Doesn't mean I need to come on here and make a video. you know, essentially crying about it. I definitely want to keep going in this direction with the sun. What do we have here? Saturnight. Yes, you're definitely right. It's better when you earn it. Make sure I got a helmet on this time. I don't mean to exit ship. went far as hell. God.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off.
Alright, no stowaways. Good. Let's go find some more rocks.
Engines on.
we have here. Oh, I couldn't get a good look when you get a little bit closer. Oh, look at that. We got a nice little vein right here. Got a nice little vein ahead of night. Damn, one of these things flew far away. How'd this thing get all the way over here? This shit went over 400 meters away from the ship. That's crazy. How long have we been going? Oh, damn, over 4 hours already? Sheesh. Oh, it's on this side. Oh no. Maybe we'll try to get one more rock. Seems like Magda's the had a night go-to spot now. think Magda has become the had a nice site now. We'll probably do this last one and wrap it up for the day, because that's over 4 hours. I didn't even realize it.
Extraction mode on. Mining mode on. Fracturing mode on.
84%, that's good.
Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical.
Ooh, this one's 90%? Hell yeah. Bro, I get tired of harassing security, bro. You need to hurry the hell up, bro. I'm just trying to get off this game right now, and they holding up progress. Of course, ain't nothing wrong. Hell away from me, bro.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear down.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Engines off.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Goodbye. Welcome. Please.
Well, guys, it's been fun. That was a 4-hour stream. That was a lot of fun. We'll be back tomorrow, and here's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna add some reactions into that because I quite enjoyed that. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with more streams, more reactions. I'm not gonna call it reactions. I'm just gonna call it commentary because I'm just talking about. I think reactions is kind of like, you know, kind of spazzy or whatever. I don't know. It just saying reactions to video doesn't give good. I'm just gonna give my commentary on some video clips. I'll look for some tonight, and you guys can bring some video clips of your own that you want me to react to or give commentary on. I need to really train my brain to say commentary. But yeah, let's do this again tomorrow, guys. See you guys. Thank you for watching, everybody who watched, and let's have a good, fun discussion tomorrow. And I'll see you guys later.